Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The rain against the Batcave's reinforced glass created a rhythm that Bruce Wayne had heard 1,000 times before, yet tonight it seemed different. Each droplet that traced its path down the curved surfaces appeared to carry weight beyond mere water, as if the storm itself was trying to communicate something profound. He stood before the massive computer array, but his attention wasn't on the screens displaying Gotham's crime statistics or the surveillance feeds from across the city. Instead, he found himself studying a collection of handwritten letters spread across his desk, their edges yellowed with age, but their message startlingly clear. Commissioner Gordon had brought them to his attention 3 weeks ago, a manila folder thick with correspondence that the GCPD had been receiving for the past 3 years. Anonymous letters, each one warning of impending violence with an accuracy that defied conventional explanation. At first, the police had dismissed them as lucky guesses, or the ramblings of someone with inside information, but as the predictions continued to prove accurate, preventing a domestic violence incident here, a gang initiation there, even a potential murder-suicide that the intervention team reached just in time, it became impossible to ignore the pattern. 47 lives, Gordon had said, placing the folder on the signal platform where they often met. That's how many people are alive today because of these warnings. Whoever's sending them knows things they shouldn't be able to know. The timing is always perfect. 48 to 72 hours before each incident, just enough time for us to intervene without seeming suspicious. Bruce had taken the letters back to the cave for analysis. Each one was written in the same careful hand, fountain pen on quality paper that spoke of an older generation's habits. The language was formal but warm, like a grandmother writing to distant relatives. But it was the content that fascinated him, detailed descriptions of weather conditions that would precede each violent act, atmospheric readings that somehow translated into human behavior when the barometric pressure drops below 29.92 inches in the Bowery district, combined with humidity above 85%, watch the Thornton household on Maple Street. The conditions that drove Marcus Thornton to violence in the past are aligning once more. That particular warning had allowed police to stage a wellness check that interrupted Marcus Thornton just as he was loading his gun, the same weapon he'd used to threaten his family twice before. The intervention had led to his voluntary commitment to a treatment program and possibly saved 3 lives. Bruce ran his fingers over the paper, noting the watermark. Old stock from Gotham Paperworks, which had closed its retail division in 1995. Whoever was writing these letters had been hoarding supplies for decades. The ink was fountain pen blue-black, consistent with Mont Blanc from the 1960s. Every detail spoke of someone elderly, someone who had been observing patterns for a very long time. But it was the weather data that truly intrigued him. Each letter contained precise atmospheric readings that Bruce had verified against historical weather data. The predictions weren't just accurate, they were impossibly specific. Barometric pressure readings down to the hundredth, humidity percentages that matched NOAA recordings, wind directions that aligned perfectly with the Weather Service's logs. Either the writer had access to professional meteorological equipment, or they possessed an almost supernatural ability to read the atmosphere. Alfred entered the cave carrying a tea service, his footsteps silent on the polished floor. "Still puzzling over the Prophet's letters, Master Bruce?" "Prophet?" Bruce looked up from his analysis. "That's what Commissioner Gordon's officers have taken to calling them," Alfred said, setting down the china with practiced precision. "The Storm Prophet, they say. Someone who reads the future in Gotham's weather." Bruce turned back to the letters, something clicking in his mind. The paper, the ink, the formal writing style, the precise weather data. It all pointed to someone with professional meteorological training from an earlier era. He began cross-referencing the watermark's distribution records with employment files from the National Weather Service's Gotham station. Alfred, the old weather station on Grant Avenue. When did it close? The original building? That would have been 1987, sir. They moved to the new facility near the airport for better radar coverage. The old building has been abandoned ever since, though I believe the city maintains it as a historical landmark. The same year his parents died. Bruce felt a familiar chill that had nothing to do with the cave's temperature. So many threads in Gotham seemed to lead back to that year, as if the city itself had been fundamentally altered by Thomas and Martha Wayne's deaths. His search through the employment records yielded a list of staff from the old weather station. Most had transferred to the new facility or retired to other states. But one name stood out: Louisa Navarro, a senior meteorologist who had worked at the station for over 30 years before abruptly resigning 2 weeks after the Wayne murders. No forwarding address, no pension collection, just a woman who had seemingly vanished from official records. Bruce dug deeper, accessing city residential databases and utility records. Louisa Navarro reappeared in 1992, renting a small apartment in the East End, paying her bills promptly, but otherwise living invisible to official notice. The address was current. She was still there, still alive, at 92 years old. "I'm going out," Bruce announced, already moving toward the changing area. "Is Batman?" Alfred inquired. "As Bruce Wayne," he replied. "An elderly woman writing letters deserves a gentler approach than the dark night at her door." The East End at twilight held a melancholy beauty that Bruce had always appreciated. These older neighborhoods, where Gotham's working class had built their lives generation after generation, possessed an authenticity that the gleaming towers of downtown could never match. Louisa Navarro's building was a pre-war structure, its brick facade weathered but well-maintained, fire escapes creating geometric patterns against the dying light. Bruce climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, noting how quiet the building was. The sounds of the city seemed muffled here, as if the walls themselves absorbed Gotham's chaos and transformed it into something more manageable. He found apartment 4B and knocked gently. The door opened after a moment, revealing a small woman with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun. Her face was lined with age, but her eyes were sharp, dark, and unsurprised. "Mr. Wayne," she said, as if she'd been expecting him. "Please, come in. I've just made tea." The apartment was exactly what Bruce had expected, and yet somehow more. Every surface was covered with weather data, not just modern printouts, but hand-drawn charts going back decades. Barometric pressure readings annotated with dates and events, humidity logs cross-referenced with crime reports. An entire wall was dedicated to a massive map of Gotham, covered in pins and strings connecting weather patterns to locations, creating a web of atmospheric cause and effect that was both beautiful and disturbing. "You're not shocked that I found you," Bruce observed, accepting the delicate china cup she offered. Louisa smiled, settling into a chair that had clearly been hers for many years. "When you've spent as long as I have reading Gotham's moods, very little surprises you. The atmosphere has been building toward this meeting for weeks. The pressure systems have been anticipatory." Bruce studied the wall of data more closely. Each pin represented an incident, each string a connection between weather and violence. It was the work of decades, a lifetime spent documenting patterns that no one else had thought to look for. "How did you discover it?" he asked. "The connection between weather and violence?" Louisa's eyes grew distant, looking back through years of observation. "It started with a feeling. I worked the night shift at the weather station, watching the instruments, recording the data. But I began to notice that certain configurations made me anxious. A specific combination of pressure and humidity would fill me with dread, and invariably, the next day's paper would report violence in the areas where those conditions had been strongest." She stood, moving to a shelf filled with leather-bound journals. "At first, I thought I was imagining things. But I started keeping records, personal ones, separate from my official work. Every time I felt that atmospheric anxiety, I would note the exact conditions, and every time, violence followed." She handed Bruce one of the journals, opened to a page dated June 1974. The entry showed detailed weather readings, followed by a newspaper clipping about a domestic violence murder in Crime Alley. The correlation was clear, undeniable. "But knowing that weather preceded violence wasn't enough," Louisa continued. "I needed to understand why. That's when I began to dig deeper into the science." She led Bruce to another section of her apartment, where old meteorological equipment sat alongside more modern devices. Some he recognized: barometers, hygrometers, anemometers. Others were clearly custom modifications, standard instruments altered in ways that suggested a deeper understanding of atmospheric measurement. "Trauma," she said simply, "leaves a mark on everything it touches. We know this psychologically, how violence echoes through generations, how abuse creates cycles. But what I discovered is that trauma also leaves physical traces, electromagnetic signatures in the atmosphere, molecular changes in water vapor. Gotham's air doesn't just carry pollution, it carries memory." Bruce found himself leaning forward, his scientific mind engaged despite the seemingly impossible nature of her claims. "You're suggesting that emotional events can alter atmospheric conditions on a measurable level?" "More than that," Louisa said, her voice gaining strength. "I'm telling you that Gotham's atmosphere has become a recording medium. Decades of industrial pollution have created a unique environment. Particulates that can hold electromagnetic charges, water vapor that's been cycling through the city for generations, air currents that follow the same patterns year after year. The city's weather system has developed a kind of memory." She showed him another journal, this one filled with equations and diagrams that pushed the boundaries of conventional meteorology. "Strong emotional events, particularly trauma, generate measurable electromagnetic fields. In most places, these dissipate quickly, but in Gotham, with our unique atmospheric composition, they persist. They bind to water molecules, attach to particulates, create pressure variations that can last for years." Bruce studied the equations, his mind racing through the implications. It was fringe science, certainly, but the mathematical models were sound. If Gotham's industrial pollution had indeed created an atmosphere capable of retaining electromagnetic patterns, then what Louisa was suggesting was theoretically possible. "The night my parents died," he said quietly. "You were working that night." Louisa's expression softened with old sorrow. "I was. And I've never experienced anything like it before or since. The electromagnetic surge was so powerful, it actually damaged some of our instruments. The barometric pressure dropped so dramatically, we thought our equipment was malfunctioning. But it wasn't the equipment, it was the city itself, reacting to trauma so profound it literally changed the weather." She moved to her map of Gotham, pointing to a spot marked with a black pin. "Crime Alley. Every night at 2:47 a.m., the barometric pressure drops. Every night, without fail. The exact time your parents—" She didn't finish the sentence. "That event created a permanent atmospheric scar, a wound in Gotham's weather that has never healed." Bruce felt something cold move through him that had nothing to do with temperature. "You're saying their deaths created a permanent weather pattern?" "Not just created," Louisa said. "That trauma was so intense, so significant to the city's emotional landscape, that it became a fixed point in Gotham's atmospheric memory. Other weather patterns route around it, like wind moving around a mountain. It influences everything: storm paths, pressure systems, even the way fog forms in that part of the city." She returned to her chair, suddenly looking her full 92 years. "I've spent the last 3 decades learning to read these patterns, not just the major traumas like your parents' death, but the smaller ones too. A father who beats his children creates a localized low-pressure system. A woman planning to kill her abusive husband generates specific humidity patterns. The atmosphere knows before we do, because the emotional buildup that precedes violence has physical components we're only beginning to understand." Bruce gestured to the letters he'd brought with him. "So you've been warning the police?" "For 3 years now," Louisa confirmed. "I'm dying, Mr. Wayne. Lung cancer." Perhaps unsurprising for someone who's spent her life breathing Gotham's air. "I couldn't take this knowledge to my grave without trying to use it. So I watched the patterns, identify the building storms of human violence, and send my warnings." 47 lives saved, Bruce said. 47 that I know of, Louisa corrected. "There may be more. People who changed their minds, who found help, who stepped back from the edge because someone intervened at just the right moment. The atmosphere doesn't just predict violence, it participates in prevention when we learn to read its warnings." Bruce stood, moving to examine her equipment more closely. "Show me how you do it, how you read the patterns." For the next 2 hours, Louisa taught him her system. It began with traditional meteorological observation, but quickly moved beyond conventional science. She showed him how to correlate pressure readings with emotional histories, how to identify the subtle electromagnetic signatures that preceded different types of violence. "Domestic violence has a specific pattern," she explained, adjusting one of her modified barometers. "It builds slowly, like a thunderstorm. The pressure drops gradually over days, sometimes weeks, but sudden violence, random attacks, crimes of opportunity, those create sharp spikes in electromagnetic activity. You can actually feel it if you know what you're looking for." She demonstrated with a handheld device of her own construction, something between a barometer and an EMF detector. As she swept it around the room, it registered normal readings until she pointed it toward the window facing Crime Alley. The needle jumped, showing the persistent anomaly that marked his parents' death. "You carry it with you," she said gently, turning the device toward Bruce. "A microclimate of that night. It's subtle, but it's there. The trauma you experienced was so profound it actually altered your personal electromagnetic field. You're connected to Gotham's atmosphere in ways most people never could be." Bruce absorbed this information, adding it to his understanding of his connection to the city. He'd always felt Gotham's moods in his bones, but he'd attributed it to psychological factors. The idea that there might be a physical component, that he literally carried the weather of his parents' death with him, was both disturbing and oddly comforting. "There's someone you need to meet," Louisa said, reaching for a card on her side table. "Marcus Chen, a young meteorologist at Gotham University. He thought I was delusional when he first encountered my work, but he's brilliant and open-minded. He verified my predictions using his own instruments, and now he's beginning to understand. When I'm gone, he could continue this work, but he'll need resources, support." Bruce took the card, already planning how Wayne Enterprises' Weather Research Division could provide cover for this unconventional monitoring system. "We'll create a network. Official weather monitoring that includes your discoveries. Early warning systems that don't require explaining the impossible to skeptics." Louisa smiled, relief visible in her features. "I'd hoped, when I realized who was investigating my letters, I'd hoped you'd understand. Your mother would have. She had a sense for these things, could feel the city's moods. I think that's partly why she helped so many people. She could sense their pain in the air itself." They continued talking as the evening deepened into night. Louisa showed Bruce more of her records, including detailed documentation of how different areas of Gotham had their own atmospheric personalities. The financial district, where stress and greed created constant high-pressure systems. The Narrows, where poverty and desperation generated a permanent atmospheric depression. Arkham, where madness had actually altered the local weather patterns, creating microclimates of chaos. "There's something else," Louisa said as Bruce prepared to leave. "The patterns are changing. Not just the normal variations, but something fundamental. The city's atmospheric memory is filling up. Traumas are layering on top of each other, creating interference patterns. Some nights I can feel multiple events from different decades all resonating at once." She showed him recent readings that demonstrated her point. The electromagnetic signatures were becoming more complex, overlapping in ways that created new patterns. It was as if Gotham's atmosphere was reaching some kind of saturation point, unable to hold more trauma without fundamental change. "What happens when it reaches capacity?" Bruce asked. "I don't know," Louisa admitted. "Maybe nothing. Maybe the old patterns fade to make room for new ones. Or maybe..." She trailed off, unwilling to voice the catastrophic possibilities. There the prison silence thick and wet, with the unknown become the effort. Bruce understood. If Gotham's atmosphere truly held decades of traumatic memory, what would happen if it all released at once? A citywide atmospheric event that replayed every murder, every assault, every moment of pain in electromagnetic echoes. The psychological impact alone could be devastating. "We'll monitor it," he promised, "and we'll find ways to process these atmospheric memories, to help the city heal." Louisa walked him to the door, moving slowly but with dignity. "Your parents' death created a wound in Gotham's sky," she said, "but wounds can heal, given time and care. Perhaps that's your real mission, not just fighting crime, but helping the city process its trauma. One atmospheric memory at a time. Bruce left the building with his mind full of new possibilities. As he walked through the East End, he found himself paying attention to the air in ways he never had before. The humidity that seemed to cling to certain corners, the pressure variations that made some streets feel heavier than others, the way the wind carried not just smells but something more, the emotional residue of the city itself. He paused at the entrance to Crime Alley, checking his watch. 2:43 a.m. 4 minutes until the nightly pressure drop. He stood there, waiting. And at exactly 2:47 he felt it. The air seemed to thicken, the pressure dropping just as Louisa had described. For a moment, he could almost hear the echoes, his mother's pearls hitting the wet pavement, his father's last words, the sound of footsteps running away. But there was something else too, a sense of presence, as if the alley itself remembered and mourned. The atmosphere here wasn't just recording the trauma, it was participating in the grief. Every night, Gotham's weather system held a memorial for Thomas and Martha Wayne, invisible to all but those who knew how to perceive it. Bruce returned to the manor as dawn approached, finding Alfred already awake and preparing breakfast. He shared what he'd learned, watching his old friend's expression shift from skepticism to wonder. It would explain so much, Alfred mused. The way certain nights feel heavy with foreboding, the way you've always seemed to know when violence was brewing in the city. Perhaps you inherited more than your parents' mission. Perhaps you inherited their connection to Gotham itself. Over the following days, Bruce integrated Louisa's teachings into his work as Batman. He installed atmospheric monitoring equipment throughout the cave and at strategic points across the city. He met with Marcus Chen, finding the young scientist eager to expand on Louisa's discoveries with modern technology and resources. Together, they developed a system that could predict violence with even greater accuracy than Louisa's handwritten letters. But more than that, they began to understand how Gotham's atmospheric memory worked and how it might be healed. Certain weather conditions, gentle rains, specific wind patterns, seemed to ease the electromagnetic tensions. It was as if the city could cry, releasing stored trauma through precipitation. Bruce visited Louisa regularly, learning more about her decades of observation. She taught him the meditative practices she'd developed to sense atmospheric changes, breathing exercises that synchronized with barometric pressure, visualization techniques that allowed one to see electromagnetic patterns in the air. You have to become part of the weather, she explained during one visit. Not fighting it or trying to control it, but moving with it, understanding its rhythms. Gotham's atmosphere is like a living thing. It responds to intention, to emotion, to presence. Under her guidance, Bruce developed what she called atmospheric awareness. Standing on Gotham's rooftops as Batman, he learned to feel the city's emotional weather. The building pressure that preceded gang violence, the humidity spikes that accompanied domestic disputes, the electromagnetic disturbances that marked the presence of certain criminals whose own trauma had left atmospheric scars. One night, using Louisa's techniques, he prevented a murder simply by feeling the atmospheric buildup around a warehouse in the Bowery. The pressure patterns indicated imminent violence, and he arrived just as a drug deal was about to go wrong. His intervention seemed almost supernatural to the criminals involved, but it was simply applied atmospheric science, Louisa's gift to Gotham's protector. The true test came during a particularly severe thunderstorm 3 months after their first meeting. Louisa called him, her voice weak but urgent. "The patterns are converging," she said. "Multiple trauma echoes aligning. Crime Alley, the Ace chemical plant, the old Arkham site. They're all resonating together. Something significant is going to happen." Bruce monitored the atmospheric data from the cave, watching as electromagnetic signatures from different traumatic events began to overlap. It was like watching decades of pain suddenly harmonize, creating a resonance that threatened to trigger new violence across the city. Working with Marcus Chen and the emergency services, they implemented Louisa's protocols. Weather alerts that were actually violence warnings, increased patrols in areas where the atmospheric pressure was most unstable, preventive interventions based on electromagnetic readings rather than traditional intelligence. The night passed without major incident, but Bruce could feel how close they'd come to catastrophe. The city's atmospheric memory had nearly reached a breaking point, decades of stored trauma threatening to erupt in a cascade of violence. Only their understanding of the patterns, Louisa's life's work, had allowed them to prevent it. A week later, Bruce received a call from Marcus Chen. Louisa had passed quietly in her sleep, her apartment's barometric pressure dropping gently as if the atmosphere itself was easing her transition. At her funeral, Bruce noticed something remarkable. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, gentle breezes, the kind of day that seemed impossible in Gotham. It was as if the city's atmosphere was paying its respect to the woman who had spent her life learning its language. In her will, Louisa left her journals and equipment to the Martha Wayne Foundation, with instructions that the work continue. Bruce honored her wishes, establishing the Navarro Institute for Atmospheric Research as a division of Wayne Enterprises. Publicly, it was cutting-edge meteorology. Privately, it was the continuation of Louisa's mission, to read Gotham's emotional weather and prevent violence before it could manifest. Marcus Chen led the institute, training a new generation of atmospheric readers. They refined Louisa's techniques, developed new instruments, and slowly built a network that could monitor Gotham's traumatic weather patterns in real time. The anonymous letters to the GCPD were replaced by an official early warning system that didn't require explaining the impossible, just actionable intelligence that continued to save lives. But perhaps the most significant development came from Bruce's own practice of Louisa's techniques. As he learned to read Gotham's atmospheric memory, he also learned to influence it. Small acts of heroism seemed to create positive pressure systems. Moments of hope generated electromagnetic signatures that countered the traumatic echoes. Batman wasn't just fighting crime, he was helping to heal the city's wounded atmosphere, one intervention at a time. Standing on his favorite gargoyle, overlooking the city as dawn approached, Bruce could feel the difference. The permanent low-pressure system over Crime Alley was still there, but it was lighter, somehow. Less a wound and more a scar. Still present, still influential, but no longer festering. Other traumatic weather patterns throughout the city showed similar improvement. Gotham's atmosphere was slowly learning to process its stored pain rather than simply holding it. In the end, Louisa Navarro's legacy wasn't just the lives she'd saved through her warnings. It was the understanding that Gotham itself was a participant in its own story, that the city's weather held memory, carried emotion, and could be read by those willing to learn its language. She had transformed meteorology into a tool for justice, turning the very air into an early warning system for human violence. As Bruce breathed in the morning air, feeling the subtle electromagnetic patterns that revealed the city's emotional state, he whispered a quiet thank you to the storm prophet who had taught him to read the weather of the human heart. Somewhere in Gotham's atmosphere, carried on the wind and held in the morning mist, He could almost feel her presence, one more benevolent pattern in the city's complex atmospheric memory, watching over those who continued her work. The city breathed around him, its weather alive with memory and meaning, and Batman breathed with it, guardian not just of Gotham's streets but of its very air. In learning to read the storm patterns of human violence, he had gained a new weapon in his war against crime. The atmosphere itself, warning and watching, remembering and sometimes, slowly, learning to heal. As morning traffic began to flow through the streets below, Bruce made his way back to the cave. There was work to be done, patterns to monitor, atmospheric memories to decode. But for the first time, he felt he truly understood his city, not just its crime and corruption, but its pain and its potential for healing. Louisa Navarro had given him that gift, teaching him that weather was more than meteorology. It was the city's way of processing its trauma. One storm at a time. The work would continue, the atmospheric network would grow, and somewhere in Gotham's weather patterns, the Storm Prophet's legacy would live on, reading the signs in pressure and precipitation, preventing violence through the simple act of paying attention to the city's emotional weather. It was a different kind of justice. Quiet, predictive, profoundly connected to the living system that was Gotham itself. In the cave, Bruce added a new entry to his journal, documenting the night's atmospheric readings and their correlation to prevented crimes. It was a practice he'd adopted from Louisa, understanding that someone someday might need these records to continue the work. The Storm Prophet had passed on, but her mission endured in every barometric reading, every electromagnetic signature, every life saved by understanding that Gotham's weather held more than rain. It held the city's very soul. The autumn fog rolled into Gotham Harbor just past midnight, its tendrils reaching through the streets like searching fingers. But this was no ordinary mist. Those who knew how to look could see it moving with purpose, against the wind, carrying with it the molecular memories of centuries past. Deep in Chinatown, a woman watched from her window as the fog approached, knowing it brought not moisture, but justice, not concealment, but revelation. Tomorrow, the city would wake to find treasures on doorsteps, heirlooms returned to families who had lost them generations ago. The fog remembered everything it had ever touched, and in Gotham, some thefts echoed through time itself, waiting for the right conditions to finally make things right. Join us for Fog Bank Robberies. Commissioner Gordon stood in the evidence room of the GCPD, surrounded by empty display cases and baffled officers. The morning light filtering through the barred windows did nothing to illuminate the mystery that had plagued Gotham for the past 6 months. Another impossible theft, another locked room left vacant of its contents. Another night where the fog had rolled in from the harbor and somehow made solid objects simply vanish. The Costner diamond, Gordon said, gesturing to the empty pedestal that had held a 20-carat stone just 12 hours ago. Locked in a case that requires 3 separate keys. The room sealed with no windows. One door that was never opened according to our cameras. Guards posted outside all night, and yet he spread his hands at the absence. Batman moved through the room with methodical precision, his detective vision analyzing every surface. The case showed no signs of forced entry, no scratches on the lock mechanisms, no stress fractures in the glass, no evidence of cutting tools or acid. The diamond had simply ceased to be there, as if it had evaporated along with the morning fog. "Tell me about the pattern," Batman said, though he had already compiled his own analysis. Sometimes it helped to hear Gordon's perspective, to understand what the police were seeing versus what they were missing. Gordon pulled out a tablet, scrolling through case files. 23 thefts over 6 months. Always on foggy nights, the kind where visibility drops to near zero. Always from locked rooms or secured safes. No broken locks, no disabled alarms, no trace of entry or exit. The items just disappear. Batman studied the list. The Costner diamond was the latest, but the pattern stretched back through an eclectic collection of objects. A Victorian music box from the Gotham Museum, a set of jade figurines from a private collector, a 19th century pocket watch from an estate sale, antique jewelry from various sources, each item valuable but not always the most valuable thing available. The thief was selective in ways that defied conventional criminal logic. What connects them? Gordon asked, voicing the question that had haunted the investigation. We've run every analysis. The items come from different eras, different cultures, different owners. Some are in public collections, others private. Some insured, others not. There's no pattern we can find. Batman knew there was always a pattern. Chaos was simply order waiting to be understood. He'd pulled up his own files on the case, cross-referencing each theft with weather data he'd been collecting since his encounter with Louisa Navarro. The fog that accompanied each theft showed unusual properties, electromagnetic signatures that didn't match normal atmospheric moisture, movement patterns that defied wind direction, density variations that suggested consciousness rather than natural formation. I'll need access to your weather data for each night, Batman said. Gordon raised an eyebrow. Weather data? You think someone's using the fog as cover? Not as cover, Batman replied. As a tool. He left the GCPD as the morning sun burned away the last wisps of fog clinging to Gotham's streets. But even in daylight, Batman could sense the moisture in the air, the way it seemed to remember its nighttime configuration. Since learning from Louisa about Gotham's atmospheric memory, he'd become increasingly aware of how the city's weather patterns held more than mere meteorological significance. Back in the cave, Batman expanded his analysis. Each theft had occurred during specific fog conditions, not just any fog, but the particular variety that rolled in from Gotham Harbor, thick with decades of industrial pollutants and the molecular memory of everything it had touched. Using sensors he'd developed with Marcus Chen, he could track these fog banks as they moved through the city, noting how they deviated from natural patterns. The deviations were subtle but consistent. The fog would flow normally until it reached certain buildings, then seemed to pause, to thicken, to explore. Security footage from nearby cameras showed the fog behaving almost intelligently, probing at windows, seeping through microscopic gaps in masonry, flowing against gravity up drain pipes and through ventilation systems. Alfred entered with afternoon tea, observing the multiple screens displaying fog movement patterns. Rather beautiful in its way, he commented. Like watching clouds form intentions. That's exactly what it is, Batman replied. The fog isn't being used by the thief. It's working with them, maybe even guiding them. He pulled up molecular analysis from fog samples collected at each crime scene. The water vapor showed contamination consistent with Gotham Harbor's industrial heritage. Traces of chemicals from factories long closed, molecular signatures of cargo ships from decades past. But there was something else, something that shouldn't be there. Electromagnetic patterns embedded in the water molecules themselves, as if the fog was carrying encoded information. The pattern reminded him of something Louisa had taught him, about how trauma could embed itself in atmospheric moisture, But this wasn't trauma. It was something more like memory, like longing, like the fog itself was searching for something it had lost. Batman decided to trace the fog back to its source. That evening, as the sun set and the temperature dropped, he positioned himself at Gotham Harbor where the fog banks typically formed. The industrial district here had been abandoned for years, its warehouses and factories standing as monuments to the city's changing economy. But the fog remembered when these buildings had thrummed with life, when their smokestacks had fed the very pollution that now gave the moisture its unique property. As the fog began to form over the harbor's dark water, Batman deployed specialized sensors that could track molecular signatures and electromagnetic patterns. What he discovered defied conventional understanding. The fog wasn't forming randomly. It was organizing itself. Different sections carrying different molecular memories, like a library of water vapor organizing itself by subject. He followed one particularly dense bank as it began its nightly journey into the city. This fog moved with purpose, ignoring the wind patterns that should have dispersed it. It flowed up from the harbor, through the industrial district, into the commercial zones where tonight's target presumably waited. Batman tracked it from rooftop to rooftop, watching as it explored the city like a living thing. The fog bank paused at several buildings, probing at their defenses before moving on. It was searching for something specific. Batman noted each location it examined, looking for patterns. An antique shop on Morrison Street, a pawnbroker in the East End, the private gallery of a wealthy collector. Each had been touched by the fog's careful exploration before it moved on, unsatisfied. Finally, the fog bank converged on a building in the Bowery, a run-down warehouse that seemed an unlikely target for any thief. Batman watched as the fog thickened around the structure, seeping through gaps in the walls, flowing through broken windows, exploring the interior with gaseous fingers. Then, something extraordinary happened. The fog began to pulse with a faint luminescence, an electromagnetic signature that Batman's equipment could barely detect. He entered the warehouse carefully, finding himself in a space that defied its external appearance. The interior had been converted into a meticulous archival facility. Shelves lined the walls, each holding carefully catalogued items. Antiques, jewelry, documents, artwork, the accumulated takings of the fog bank robberies, but organized with a curator's precision rather than a thief's greed. In the center of the space, a figure stood surrounded by swirling fog. The man was perhaps 35, Asian features marked by premature aging, wearing simple clothes that seemed oddly dry despite the moisture swirling around him. The fog responded to his movements, dancing around his fingers as he gestured, and Batman could see the faint electromagnetic field that surrounded him. A bioelectric signature that matched the fog's own patterns. "I wondered when you'd find me," the man said without turning. His voice carried an odd quality, as if the fog itself was helping to shape the words. "The city's guardian, following the city's breath." "Marcus Chen," Batman said, though it wasn't a question. He'd already run facial recognition, found the employment records from Ace Chemicals, the accident report from 5 years ago. "Or do you prefer Marcus Fogg now?" The man turned, revealing eyes that seemed to hold depths of moisture, as if he was always on the verge of tears. "The fog gave me that name, after the accident, when I learned to hear what it was saying. Do you know what it's like, Batman, to suddenly understand the conversation that's been happening around you all your life?" Batman remained still, watching as the fog continued to swirl around Marcus with obvious affection. The accident at AC, The chemical exposure altered your bioelectric field. Marcus laughed, but it was without bitterness. Altered? That's a clinical way to put it. I was cleaning a reaction chamber when the seal failed. The chemicals. They were experimenting with electromagnetic conductors, trying to create new battery technology. I should have died. Instead, I became something the fog could recognize. He moved to one of the shelves, running his fingers over a jade figurine. The first time I understood what had happened, I was walking home in the fog. I could feel it around me, not just as moisture, but as memory. Every droplet carrying the impression of everything it had ever touched. The fog that forms in Gotham Harbor has been cycling through this city for over a century. It remembers everything. Batman processed this information, connecting it to what Louisa had taught him about atmospheric memory. You're not stealing, you're returning. Marcus's expression showed surprise, then approval. You understand. I knew you would. You work with the city's shadows the way I work with its mist. Yes, I'm returning. Every item here was stolen, just not by me. The fog remembers their true provenance. He gestured to the jade figurine. This piece? Taken from a Chinese immigrant family in 1932. The owner was forced to sell it for a fraction of its value to pay protection money. Then the buyer had him deported anyway. The figurine has been in private collections ever since, sold as legally acquired. But the fog remembers the old man's tears as he wrapped it for the last time. Marcus moved through the warehouse, the fog following him like a devoted pet. At each item, he paused to explain its true history. The Victorian music box, stolen from a Jewish family fleeing persecution. The pocket watch, taken from a murdered sailor whose death was covered up. The jewelry, pieces by piece stripped from women who had no recourse against powerful men. The fog touches everything in this city, Marcus explained. It seeps into vaults, flows through galleries, caresses objects in private collections, and it remembers their stories. Not the official provenance, not the sales records, but the truth. Who held them with love, who lost them to violence or coercion, whose families still grieve for heirlooms that were torn away. Batman studied the meticulous records Marcus had kept. Each item was tagged, not with traditional museum notation, but with stories, molecular memories translated into human narrative. The system was brilliant in its complexity, matching fog-born memories to genealogical research, tracking down descendants of the original owners. How do you read the molecular memories? Batman asked, his scientific curiosity engaged despite the criminal circumstances. Marcus smiled, extending his hand into a thick tendril of fog. As Batman watched, the moisture seemed to communicate with him through bioelectric exchange. The accident didn't just change my electromagnetic field. It created a resonance between me and the fog's molecular structure. I can feel what it remembers, understand the emotional imprints left on water vapor. He demonstrated, placing his hand on an ornate necklace. The fog swirled around both his hand and the jewelry, and Marcus's expression grew distant. This piece, taken from a woman named Catherine Vance in 1953. Her husband claimed she lost it, collected the insurance, but the fog remembers her screams as he ripped it from her neck. It remembers being in the room, condensation on the windows, witnessing what everyone else chose to ignore. The weight of collective memory in the warehouse was almost overwhelming. Each item represented not just theft, but trauma, not just loss, but injustice that had been compounded by the complicity of systems meant to protect. The fog had become Gotham's unacknowledged witness, recording crimes that human justice had failed to address. Why now? Batman asked. The fog has existed for decades. Why did it start actively returning items only recently? Marcus considered the question. I think it needed me, or someone like me. The fog could remember, but it couldn't act. When the accident created our connection, it finally had hands to go with its memory. We worked together. It shows me what was stolen, helps me retrieve it, and I research who should receive it. He showed Batman his research files, both physical and digital. The work was exhaustive. Genealogical trees tracking families scattered by persecution, employment records showing who had been forced from jobs after reporting thefts, obituaries of people who died trying to reclaim what was theirs. Marcus had become a detective of historical injustice, using the fog's memory as his primary source. The Costner diamond, Batman said. Who does it really belong to? Marcus pulled out a file. Jacob Costner was a diamond cutter in the 1940s. He shaped that stone as a gift for his daughter's wedding, but the man who commissioned it decided he'd rather have the diamond than pay for it. He had Costner arrested on false charges, deported him, kept the stone. Costner died in a refugee camp, never seeing his family again. His great-granddaughter lives in Gotham now, works as a nurse at Gotham General. She doesn't even know the stone exists. Batman examined the documentation. It was thorough, compelling, the kind of evidence that should have been enough for legal restitution. But the systems that had failed these families decades ago still protected the powerful who benefited from those failures. You know, I can't let you continue, Batman said. Not like this. I know, Marcus replied, but look at what I've gathered. Look at the stories. Can you honestly say that leaving these items with their current owners serves justice? It was a question that struck at the heart of Batman's mission. He fought for justice, but justice wasn't always what the law dictated. How many times had he operated outside legal boundaries to right wrongs the system couldn't or wouldn't address? The fog in the warehouse began to swirl more agitatedly, responding to the tension between the two men. Marcus raised a calming hand and the mist settled. The fog isn't just returning objects, he said. It's trying to heal something in the city. Every theft leaves a wound, a traumatic memory embedded in Gotham's atmospheric system. By returning what was stolen, we're not just moving objects, we're resolving old pain that's been festering in the city's very air. This connected to everything Louisa had taught Batman about atmospheric trauma. If emotional events could leave electromagnetic scars in weather patterns, then perhaps resolving those traumas could heal those patterns. Marcus wasn't just a thief, or even a vigilante. He was performing a kind of atmospheric therapy on the city itself. Show me how it works, Batman said. The actual retrieval process. Marcus smiled, recognizing the request as a form of acceptance. He moved to a corner of the warehouse where tonight's acquisition, the Cassina diamond, sat in a simple box. The fog does most of the work. It can compress itself, become almost solid for brief moments, enough to exert pressure on specific points. He demonstrated with a complex lock he'd set up for practice. The fog flowed around the mechanism, and Batman could see it condensing at precise points, water molecules aligning to create near-solid pressure that manipulated the lock's internal components. It was like watching a liquid lockpick that could flow into any space, feel out the mechanism, and apply exactly the right force. But it's more than mechanical, Marcus continued. The fog remembers being in these rooms before. It knows the spaces, the security systems, the patterns. It can flow through gaps measured in microns, reform on the other side, and work from within. No security system is designed to keep out weather. Batman watched, fascinated despite himself. This was an entirely new form of crime, or perhaps crime wasn't the right word, repatriation through atmospheric intervention. The fog as both witness and agent of historical justice. There's a woman in the financial district, Marcus said suddenly. Eleanor Chen. No relation, despite the name. Her grandmother's wedding ring is sitting in a safety deposit box 6 blocks from her office. The ring was taken as payment for passage to America by smugglers who promised safe transport but delivered her family into indentured servitude. The fog passes that box every time it flows through the district. It wants to return the ring so badly I can feel its eagerness like electricity in the air. Batman considered the implications. How many objects in Gotham carried similar stories? How many families had lost pieces of their heritage to theft disguised as commerce, violence disguised as law? The fog remembered them all, carried their molecular signatures like a vast database of injustice waiting to be addressed. Work with me officially, Batman said finally. The Wayne Foundation can fund research into historical injustices. We can create legal pathways for restitution. The fog's memory could be evidence in court cases, if we can find ways to document and verify it. To mean my absence of history, not to mention the lack of... Marcus shook his head slowly. The same courts that upheld the original thefts, the same systems that said it was legal to steal from immigrants, from women, from anyone without power. The fog doesn't recognize those authorities. It recognizes only the truth of touch. Who held something with love, who lost it to force. It was an impasse, but not an insurmountable one. Batman understood the position, even sympathized with it. How many times had he pursued justice outside the law because the law itself was inadequate? Then we work in parallel, Batman suggested. You continue your returns, but share the information with me. Let me pursue legal channels where possible. Add legitimacy to what you're uncovering. Some families might prefer official recognition of what was taken from them. Marcus considered this, consulting the fog in his peculiar way. The mist swirled around him, and Batman could almost see the communication happening. Electromagnetic pulses exchanged between human biofield and atmospheric memory. The fog agrees, Marcus said eventually. It doesn't care about human legal systems, but it understands that some people need official validation of their loss. We'll share what we learn. But Batman, the returns continue. Every night the fog finds another memory, another theft, another family carrying generational trauma because something precious was taken. I can't stop helping them. Batman nodded. It was a compromise he could live with. Tell me about the distribution process. How do you ensure the items reach the right people? Marcus led him to another section of the warehouse where boxes sat ready for delivery. Each was carefully packed, accompanied by documentation explaining the item's history and its return. The fog helps here too. It knows where people live, their daily patterns. We leave packages where they'll be found, doorsteps at dawn, desks after hours, places where the returned items will be discovered, like gifts from the city itself. He showed Batman photos taken by hidden cameras, the moments when people discovered their returned heritage. An elderly woman crying over a photograph album she thought had been destroyed. A man holding his grandfather's tools, stolen when the family business was forced to close. Children seeing family treasures their parents had only described in stories. Every return heals something, Marcus said. Not just in the families, but in the fog itself. The electromagnetic patterns smooth out, the molecular memories resolve. It's like the city is exhaling pain it's been holding for decades. Batman thought of Louisa Navarro, of her discovery that Gotham's atmosphere held trauma in its very molecules. If Marcus was right, if returning stolen objects could actually heal those atmospheric wounds, then his work was more than criminal justice. It was environmental restoration on a psychic level. There's going to be pushback, Batman warned. The current owners of these items won't simply accept their loss. Let them complain to the fog, Marcus replied with a slight smile. Let them explain to the weather why their theft should be protected by law. The fog doesn't recognize their claims any more than it recognizes borders or walls. It flows where it needs to flow, touches what it needs to touch, and remembers everything. As if in response, the fog in the warehouse began to move with new purpose. Marcus's expression shifted to one of intense concentration. There's something... The fog is showing me something new. He moved to an empty section of the warehouse, the fog condensing around him until Batman could barely see his outline. When it cleared, Marcus was holding a small, leather-bound book. A diary, he said, voice filled with wonder. From 1889, a woman named Sarah Chen. There's the family connection, who worked in one of the harbor factories. The fog has been carrying the impression of this diary for over a century, but it was destroyed in a fire, burned by the factory owner to hide evidence of worker deaths he was responsible for. Batman stepped closer, examining the book. It looked solid, real, but he could see the way fog still clung to its edges, the way it seemed to exist partially in the realm of memory. The fog reconstructed it from molecular memory, Marcus confirmed. Every word that was written, the fog remembers. Sarah Chen died in that factory, but her story has been floating in Gotham's air for 130 years, waiting for someone who could read it. This was beyond returning stolen objects. This was resurrection of lost histories, recovery of erased voices. The fog wasn't just Gotham's memory. It was the memory of everyone the city had failed, carrying their stories in its molecular structure, waiting for the chance to make them known. I need to document this, Batman said. This kind of evidence could rewrite Gotham's history, expose crimes that have been hidden for generations. Then document, Marcus agreed. But remember, the fog doesn't care about human timelines or statutes of limitations. A theft is a theft, whether it happened yesterday or a century ago. A life stolen is still stolen, even if the thief's grandchildren now sit on charity boards. They spent the rest of the night going through Marcus's archives, Batman recording everything with equipment that could capture both physical evidence and electromagnetic signatures. The stories contained in that warehouse represented a shadow history of Gotham, the thefts and murders and betrayals that official records had sanitized or erased. As dawn approached and the fog began to thin, Marcus prepared for the morning's returns. Packages disappeared into the mist, carried by tendrils of vapor that knew exactly where they needed to go. The Costner diamond would find its way to the great-granddaughter, who didn't even know her heritage had been stolen. Other items would appear on other doorsteps, each return a small act of justice, delayed but not denied. "What about you?" Batman asked as they prepared to part. "The authorities will eventually track the pattern back here." Marcus smiled, already beginning to fade into the remaining fog. "I'm like the mist itself, hard to grasp, impossible to contain. The fog has shown me safe places, spaces between buildings where the air remembers differently. I'll continue the work from there. No collaboration?" Leave messages at the harbor when the fog forms, Marcus instructed. The moisture will carry them to me, and I'll ensure you receive copies of everything we discover. Together, maybe we can heal some of what's broken in Gotham's air. Batman left the warehouse as the sun rose, his mind processing everything he'd learned. The fog bank robberies weren't robberies at all. They were returns, restitution, a form of justice that operated outside human systems, but according to deeper laws of memory and truth. Back in the cave, he began establishing protocols for this new partnership. Legal research into the histories Marcus uncovered, discreet support for families receiving returned items, documentation of the fog's molecular memory that might someday be accepted as evidence. It was unorthodox, certainly, but Batman had learned that justice in Gotham often required unorthodox methods. Alfred found him there hours later, still cataloguing the warehouse's revelations. "Productive evening, sir?" "Educational," Batman replied. "Alfred, what would you do if you discovered that something stolen from your family generations ago was suddenly returned?" Alfred considered carefully. "I suppose it would depend on the nature of the theft, sir, but I imagine there would be a certain completion to it, as if a circle had finally closed. That was what Marcus and the fog were doing, closing circles left open by injustice, completing stories interrupted by theft. It was a different kind of crime fighting, addressing not immediate violence, but the generational trauma that violence created. Over the following weeks, Batman monitored the returns. Each morning brought new reports of mysterious packages, families discovering heritage they'd thought lost forever. The official responses varied. Some current owners raged about their stolen property, while others, learning the true provenance of their possessions, voluntarily returned them. The fog's work was creating ripples of conscience throughout Gotham's wealthy districts. Marcus kept his promise, sharing detailed files on each return. Batman used the information to build legal cases where possible, establishing precedents for restitution based on historical evidence. Some families chose to pursue official recognition, while others were content simply to have their heritage returned. The collaboration evolved into something unique, a partnership between Batman's traditional justice and the fog's memory-based restitution. Together they addressed crimes that the statute of limitations had supposedly forgiven, but that lived on in molecular memory and generational trauma. One night, as Batman stood on a gargoyle watching fog roll in from the harbor, he felt the moisture carry something extra. A sense of approval, perhaps, or recognition. The fog knew him now, accepted him as Marcus's partner in its work. He was no longer just Gotham's dark knight, but also a participant in the city's atmospheric healing. The work would continue. Every night the fog would search its molecular memories for injustices to address. Marcus would translate those memories into action, and Batman would ensure that the returns were protected, that the families who received them understood their significance, that Gotham slowly learned the true history written in its air. It was a different kind of justice than he'd originally envisioned, slower, stranger, dependent on forces beyond human control, but it was justice nonetheless. And in a city built on foundations of theft and exploitation, perhaps it was exactly the kind of justice Gotham needed. Not just punishment for current crimes, but resolution for historical ones, carried out by the very weather that had witnessed them all. As the fog thickened around him, Batman breathed in the moisture-laden air and felt the weight of memory it carried. Somewhere in the mist, Marcus Fogg was preparing tomorrow's returns, guided by electromagnetic patterns and molecular memories. Together, They were writing a new chapter in Gotham's story, one where the city's atmosphere itself became an agent of restitution, ensuring that what was stolen would find its way home, no matter how many years had passed. The fog bank robberies would continue, but they were no longer something to be stopped. They were something to be understood, supported, and perhaps even celebrated. In a city where justice had so often failed, the fog had become its own form of court, trying cases in the realm of molecular memory and delivering verdicts in the form of returned heritage. It was perhaps the strangest partnership Batman had ever formed, but as he watched the fog flow through Gotham's streets with purpose and intent, he knew it was also one of the most important. The first snowflake fell on Gotham University's astronomy building at precisely 11:47 p.m., followed by another, then another, each crystal perfect in its uniqueness, yet part of a larger pattern that only became visible from above. Dr. Yuki Tanaka adjusted her cameras on the roof, documenting what her colleagues dismissed as coincidence, but what she knew to be something far more profound. The snow never fell randomly in Gotham. It carried messages written in ice, communications from a consciousness that existed in the space between frozen and free. As the accumulation grew, forming symbols and scripts that defied natural explanation, she prepared to decode what would become the most important message of all, a warning about love transformed, about a woman whose frozen state had taught her to speak through winter itself. Join us for Snow Pattern Messages. The snow fell on Gotham University's astronomy building with a precision that defied meteorological explanation. Each flake found its place as if guided by an invisible hand, accumulating not in random drifts but in patterns that suggested intention, design, purpose. Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood on the roof, her cameras capturing what her colleagues dismissed as pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns where none existed. But Yuki knew better. After 3 winters of documentation, she had enough evidence to prove that Gotham's snow was trying to tell them something. She adjusted the telephoto lens, focusing on a section of roof where the accumulation was particularly striking. The snow had formed what appeared to be symbols, not letters from any alphabet she recognized, but consistent shapes that repeated across multiple locations. She had seen the same configuration on the hospital roof last week, on the Wayne Enterprises building the week before. Whatever message the snow was carrying, it was urgent enough to repeat, complex enough to require its own language. The winter night was still, the kind of stillness that only came with heavy snowfall. The city's sounds were muffled, transformed into something softer, as if Gotham itself was holding its breath to listen. Yuki had always loved these moments, the peace that snow brought to the chaotic city, the way it transformed harsh edges into gentle curves. But since she'd begun documenting the patterns, snow had become something more than weather. It had become a mystery that consumed her thoughts. Her breath formed clouds in the cold air as she moved between camera positions. Each was set to capture a different section of the city, time-lapse photography that would compress hours of snowfall into minutes of footage. When played back, the patterns emerged like writing appearing on a page, too slow for the human eye to catch in real time, but undeniable when accelerated. Inside her lab, the walls were covered with printouts of snow formations from across Gotham. 3 years of documentation, thousands of photographs, and still she was only beginning to understand the language. The patterns weren't random. She'd proven that through mathematical analysis. The probability of such formations occurring naturally was so infinitesimally small that it defied calculation. Something was organizing the snow, giving it purpose beyond simple precipitation. Yuki had tried to share her findings with colleagues, but the response had been predictable. academic politeness masking skepticism, suggestions that she was seeing what she wanted to see, reminders that correlation didn't imply causation. Only Dr. Marcus Chen from the meteorology department had shown genuine interest, but even he urged caution in her interpretations. "The snow remembers," she said aloud, a habit she'd developed during long nights of solitary research. It helped to vocalize her thoughts, to make them real in the cold air. It carries memory in its crystalline structure, holds information in the space between molecules. She'd studied the science extensively. Water had memory. This was established fact, though the mechanism was still debated. The molecular structure of water could be influenced by electromagnetic fields, by vibrations, by countless environmental factors. When that water froze into snow, those influences became locked in crystal patterns. In a city like Gotham, where the atmosphere itself carried electromagnetic signatures of trauma and memory, it wasn't impossible that snow might organize itself into meaningful patterns. But knowing something was theoretically possible and proving it were very different things. Yuki needed more than photographs and probability calculations. She needed to decode the language, to understand what the snow was trying to say. The current snowfall was particularly heavy, the kind of storm that would close schools and slow traffic to a crawl by morning. But Yuki noticed something different about tonight's patterns. They were more complex than usual, more urgent in their formation. The symbols weren't just repeating, they were evolving, adding elements with each iteration, like a message being refined, clarified, desperately trying to be understood. She checked her instruments. Temperature 28 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity 89%, barometric pressure 29.54 inches and falling, wind calm, perfect conditions for snow, but also for something else. The electromagnetic readings were off the charts, patterns she'd only seen once before, during that incident at Gotham General's cryogenic wing 6 months ago. The cryogenic wing, where terminal patients were preserved in hope of future cures, where Nora Freeze had been kept in frozen suspension for years. Yuki had been called in as a consultant when ice formations in the facility had begun showing unusual properties. The patterns there had been similar to what she was seeing in the snow, but more concentrated, more personal. A sudden gust of wind made her look up, and what she saw took her breath away. The snow was falling differently now, not straight down but in spirals and curves that formed three-dimensional patterns in the air. It was like watching an invisible hand write in falling snow, each flake precisely placed to create meaning from motion. Yuki grabbed her handheld camera, trying to capture the phenomenon. Through the viewfinder, the patterns were even more apparent. The snow was forming words, not in English or any human language, but in its own crystalline script that conveyed meaning through shape and structure rather than letters. Her phone rang, startling her from her observation. Dr. Chen's name appeared on the screen. "Yuki, are you seeing this?" His voice was excited, breathless. "The snow over the harbor. It's forming the same patterns you've been documenting, but larger, more complex. I've never seen anything like it." "I'm recording everything," Yuki replied, still filming. "The electromagnetic readings are consistent with the cryogenic wing incident. I think, Marcus, I think this is connected to the Fries case." There was a pause. Nora Freeze? The woman in cryogenic suspension? "That's impossible, Yuki. She's been frozen for years." "Frozen," Yuki repeated, the word triggering connections in her mind. "Not dead. Frozen. Her brain activity might be minimal, but it's not zero. And if consciousness can influence electromagnetic fields, If those fields can influence water molecular structure, you're suggesting a frozen woman is communicating through snowfall. Marcus's skepticism was evident, but not dismissive. He'd learned to take Yuki's theories seriously. I'm suggesting that consciousness might not be limited to neural activity, Yuki said. What if awareness can exist in other states? What if the boundary between Nora Fries and the frozen water around her has become permeable? It sounded insane even to her own ears, but the evidence was literally falling from the sky. The snow patterns were too organized, too intentional to be natural phenomena. Something was guiding them, and the electromagnetic signatures pointed directly to the cryogenic wing. I'm coming to the university, Marcus said. Don't go anywhere. And Yuki, call Batman. If you're right about this, it's beyond academic research. Yuki ended the call and looked out over the city. The snow was blanketing Gotham in white, but now she saw it differently. Each flake was potentially a word, each drift a sentence. The entire storm, a desperate attempt at communication from someone trapped between life and death, using the only medium available to her frozen consciousness. She initiated the signal protocol that Commissioner Gordon had quietly provided to select researchers after the atmospheric prophecy incidents. Batman would come, and perhaps together they could decode what Nora Fries was trying to say through the frozen language of snow. 2 hours later, Batman stood in Yuki's lab, studying her accumulated research with the intense focus that had made him Gotham's greatest detective. He absorbed information rapidly. 3 years of photography, mathematical analysis, electromagnetic readings, all pointing to the impossible conclusion that snow in Gotham fell with purpose. "Show me the cryogenic wing patterns," he said. Yuki pulled up the files from 6 months ago. The ice formations around Nora Fries's containment unit had been remarkable. Fractals that repeated at different scales, each containing information nested within information. At the time, the facility had dismissed it as unusual but not significant crystallization. But Yuki had documented how those same patterns appeared in snowfall across the city over the following week. It started small, she explained, localized formations near the hospital, but the patterns have been spreading, becoming more complex. Tonight's storm is the most extensive yet, city-wide formation of coherent patterns. Batman studied the photographs with technology that enhanced details invisible to the naked eye. His cowl's systems overlaid electromagnetic data onto the visual information, revealing layers of organization in the snow that went beyond what even Yuki had documented. "There's mathematical consistency here," he observed. "The patterns follow a logical progression. This isn't random or chaotic, it's language development. She's learning how to communicate through the snow." Yuki asked, though she knew who he meant. Nora frows. "You're right about the consciousness connection. I've seen similar phenomena with other cryogenic subjects, but never to this extent. Her particular condition, combined with Gotham's unique atmospheric properties, has created something unprecedented." He pulled up holographic displays of the current snowfall, real-time data from sensors across the city showing how the patterns were forming. The organization was breathtaking. Millions of individual snowflakes working in concert to create meaningful formations visible only from above. "Can you read it?" Yuki asked. "The patterns? Do they mean something specific?" Batman was quiet for a moment, processing. "Not yet. But there's repetition here. Consistent elements that suggest vocabulary. She's not just expressing random thoughts. She's trying to convey specific information." Dr. Chen arrived, shaking snow from his coat. His expression shifted from skepticism to amazement as he saw the real-time displays. This changes everything we understand about consciousness and physical states. Focus on translation, Batman said. Dr. Tanaka, you've spent 3 years studying these patterns. What consistencies have you found? Yuki moved to her analysis boards. Certain formations appear before specific events. This spiral pattern preceded the cold snap last January. This crystalline grid appeared before the ice storm that shut down the Eastern District. At first I thought it was predictive, like weather forewarning. But now you think she's trying to warn us, Batman finished. The patterns have been growing more urgent, Yuki confirmed. More complex, more frequent. Whatever she's trying to communicate, it's important. Batman interfaced his systems with Yuki's computers, combining her years of observation with his advanced pattern recognition technology. The lab filled with holographic snow, each flake magnified to reveal its unique structure, patterns within patterns emerging as the analysis deepened. There, Batman pointed to a recurring formation. This appears in every major pattern sequence. It's functioning like a signature or identifier. She's marking her messages, distinguishing them from natural snowfall. They worked through the night, snow continuing to fall outside as they decoded the language within it. Marcus contributed meteorological expertise, explaining how atmospheric conditions might allow consciousness to influence crystallization. Yuki provided the observational foundation, 3 years of careful documentation. Batman synthesized it all, his detective mind finding connections and meanings in the frozen communications. By dawn, they had a breakthrough. The patterns weren't just abstract symbols, they were mapping something. Each formation corresponded to a location in Gotham, and when overlaid on city maps, they revealed a hidden geography of sites connected to Victor Freeze and his research. She's showing us places, Yuki breathed. Locations Victor established before her accident. Look, this pattern marks an old ACE chemicals storage facility. This one indicates a warehouse in the Bowery. They're all connected to his work. Batman cross-referenced the locations with his files on Mr. Freeze. Several were unknown to him, sites that Victor had apparently kept secret even from his criminal activities. She's revealing his contingency plans, safe houses, supply caches, research facilities he prepared in case something happened to him. But why? Marcus asked. Why reveal these now? The answer came from the most recent patterns. Formations so complex they required all 3 of them to interpret. Nora wasn't just revealing locations. She was warning about failing systems. The cryogenic facilities Victor had established were deteriorating without maintenance. Equipment was failing, containment breaking down. If not addressed, several sites could experience catastrophic failures. She's not just trying to save herself, Yuki realized. She's trying to prevent disasters. Some of these facilities, if the containment fails, the chemical releases could be devastating. Batman was already moving, preparing to investigate the revealed locations. But something in the patterns made him pause. The latest formations showed something else. Personal messages, communications meant not for the city, but for specific individuals. She's writing to Victor, Batman said quietly. These patterns here, they're intimate, personal. She knows he's out there, and she's trying to reach him through the only medium she can influence. The messages, when decoded, were heartbreaking. Nora telling Victor she wasn't suffering, that her frozen state had opened new forms of perception. expressing forgiveness for what his quest to save her had turned him into, encouraging him to find purpose beyond his obsession with reversing her condition. "She's adapted," Yuki said, tears in her eyes as she read the translated messages. "She's not trapped. She's transformed. Her consciousness has found a new way to exist, and she's trying to tell him it's okay." They documented everything, creating a comprehensive translation guide for Nora's snow language. But as they worked, the patterns began showing something new. Urgency focused on one particular location: the old Gotham Cryogenics Research Center, abandoned for a decade but apparently containing something critical. Batman prepared to investigate, but Yuki insisted on coming. "I've spent 3 years learning to read her language. If she needs to communicate something on site, you'll need me." The abandoned research center stood on the outskirts of Gotham, its parking lot buried under pristine snow that fell in increasingly agitated patterns. As they approached, the formations became almost frantic, spirals and grids overlapping in configurations that screamed warning. Inside, they found what Nora had been trying to tell them: a hidden cryogenic facility, one of Victor's earliest experiments, with a dozen subjects in suspension. The equipment was failing, power systems degrading. Without intervention, the subjects would either die or experience catastrophic thawing. "She knew," Marcus said, checking the failing systems. "Somehow, from her suspension, she sensed these others in similar states, the frozen consciousness recognizing its own kind." Batman worked rapidly to stabilize the systems, while Yuki documented the snow patterns forming inside the facility itself. Ice crystals carrying messages of comfort to the suspended subjects, Nora's consciousness reaching out to ease their fear. Among the suspended subjects, they found records that changed everything. These weren't just terminal patients, but volunteers from Victor's early research, people who had believed in his vision of cryogenic preservation as a path to the future. Their families had been told they were dead, but here they were, suspended between life and death for over a decade. "We need to contact their families," Yuki said. "Let them know..." "Know what?" Batman asked gently. "That their loved ones are trapped in ice, possibly forever? Or that there's hope, that consciousness can persist and adapt even in frozen states." It was an impossible situation, but the snow patterns offered guidance. Nora's messages indicated that some subjects could be safely revived with proper medical support, while others had, like her, adapted to their frozen state and might be damaged by thawing. She had become a guardian to them, watching over her fellow suspended souls through the medium of ice and snow. They stabilized the facility and arranged for proper monitoring through Wayne Enterprises' medical division. But the larger question remained: what to do about Nora's messages, about the reality that a frozen woman was communicating through snowfall across the entire city. Victor needs to know, Batman decided. He's been trying to save her, not realizing she's been trying to save him. Their tragedy has always been about communication. Two people who love each other, but can't reach across the barrier between them. Now she's found a way. The challenge was finding Victor Freeze and convincing him to listen. But Nora had thought of that too. Her snow messages included patterns that would appear only in specific locations, places meaningful to their relationship. Victor would recognize them, would be drawn to investigate. 3 nights later, Batman watched from a rooftop as Victor Freeze stood in Robinson Park, where he and Nora had been married decades ago. Snow fell around him in patterns that made the frozen man stop, his armor registering the impossible formations. "Nora." Victor's voice was barely a whisper, but it carried in the still air. The snow responded, swirling around him in configurations that spelled out messages only he could fully understand. Private words, shared memories, the pet names they'd called each other. Victor fell to his knees in the snow, his ice-cold armor steaming as emotions overwhelmed his regulated systems. Batman approached slowly, and for once Victor didn't attack or flee. "She's been trying to reach you," Batman said. "The snow? She's learned to speak through it." "I know," Victor replied, his voice broken. "I felt it, but didn't believe. How could I? I've spent so long trying to cure her I never considered, never imagined she might have found her own way to exist." Yuki emerged from her observation position, tablet in hand with translations of Nora's messages. Victor read them with shaking hands, his world reshaping with each word. His wife wasn't suffering. She had found purpose in her transformed state. She wanted him to live, not just survive in pursuit of an impossible cure. She saved others, Batman explained about the failing facility, watched over them, warned us in time. She's not just existing in suspension, she's actively protecting people, using her connection to ice and snow to help. Victor looked up at the falling snow with new understanding. Each flake carried a piece of his wife's consciousness, her love made manifest in frozen water. Can I communicate back?" Yuki stepped forward. "We're working on that. The electromagnetic fields from your armor, they might be able to influence crystal formation. With practice, you could learn to shape snow the way she does." It was the beginning of something unprecedented. A love story continued through frozen communication, consciousness transcending physical form to maintain connection. Victor began visiting locations where Nora's patterns appeared, learning to read her messages, slowly developing the ability to respond. The city, largely unaware of the drama playing out in snowfall above them, continued its daily life. But for those who knew the truth, every snowstorm became a reminder that consciousness could adapt, that love could find expression even in the most unlikely mediums, that what seemed like endings might be transformations. Yuki established a permanent monitoring station documenting the evolving language of snow. She published papers on crystalline communication patterns, carefully omitting the true source while advancing scientific understanding of how consciousness might influence physical systems. Marcus Chen partnered with her, studying how atmospheric conditions affected the message clarity. They found that certain weather patterns enhanced Nora's ability to communicate. Low pressure systems, specific humidity levels, the kind of still air that allowed snow to fall undisturbed. Batman incorporated snow pattern analysis into his crime prevention systems. Nora had begun warning about more than failing cryogenic systems. Her expanded awareness allowed her to sense temperature dangers throughout the city, from frozen pipes in low-income housing to potential ice formation on critical infrastructure. But perhaps the most beautiful development was the evolution of Nora's language itself. As more people learned to read it, as Victor developed his ability to respond, the patterns grew more sophisticated. What had begun as desperate attempts at basic communication became poetry written in ice, stories told in snowflakes, love letters crafted from winter storms. One night, as Batman stood watch over the city, he saw something that made him pause. The snow was falling in patterns he'd never seen before, not warnings or messages, but something purely aesthetic. Nora was creating art, snowflake mandalas that existed for moments before wind scattered them, beauty for its own sake, crafted from frozen consciousness. It was a reminder that adaptation could lead not just to survival, but to new forms of expression, new ways of being. Nora Fries had lost her physical form, but gained the ability to paint the sky with frozen fractals, to write love letters in blizzards, to watch over others trapped in ice with a gentleness that transcended temperature. The snow continued to fall on Gotham, each storm carrying messages for those who knew how to read them. Warnings of danger, expressions of love, artistic creation, and simple communication, all encoded in the crystalline structure of frozen water, shaped by a consciousness that had found a new way to exist. In her lab, Yuki continued her work, each day bringing new understanding of the language Nora was teaching them. She had proven that the impossible was merely the undiscovered, that consciousness could find expression in forms beyond neural activity, that love could literally reshape the physical world, one snowflake at a time. And somewhere in the city, Victor Fries stood in the falling snow, reading his wife's words in ice, learning to speak back to her through the medium that had separated them but now united them in a way neither had imagined possible. Their tragedy had become a different kind of story, not of loss, but of transformation, not of endings, but of beginnings, written in the endless vocabulary of winter. The Windchimes sang their warnings through Gotham's night, a symphony of metal and air that only certain ears could interpret. They hung from fire escapes and rooftops, from hidden corners and abandoned buildings, each tuned to detect what human senses couldn't: the failing breath of structures about to collapse, the groaning of metal before it snapped, the whispered threats that buildings made before they fell. In an abandoned subway station beneath the city, those whose society had forgotten gathered around their leader, a woman whose eyes saw wind as others saw light, whose chemically altered perception had transformed Gotham's atmosphere into a visible map of danger and protection. They were the city's hidden guardians, the ones who heard what others couldn't, who planted their chimes like seeds of warning throughout Gotham's vertical garden. Join us for Windchime warnings. The metal sang in frequencies that most of Gotham would never hear, a chorus of warnings carried on currents of air through the vertical maze of the city. Each chime had been placed with purpose, tuned with precision, positioned to catch not just wind, but the stories wind carried, the stress fractures in concrete, the metal fatigue in bridges, the slow dissolution of mortar between ancient bricks. In the abandoned subway station beneath Robinson Avenue, those who had learned to read these aerial messages gathered around their teacher, a woman whose eyes saw what others could not. They called her Whisper, though Sarah Kim hadn't whispered since the night 5 years ago, when industrial chemicals had rewritten her nervous system. Now she spoke in normal tones that seemed to carry farther than they should, as if the air itself helped project her words. But it was her vision that made her extraordinary. Where others saw empty space, she saw rivers of color, currents of air made visible by the peculiar synesthesia that Gotham's pollution had gifted her. The blue stream there, she said, pointing to what appeared to be empty air to her students. That's carrying news from the Bowery. Feel how it tastes of rust and old concrete. There's a building crying for help, probably the old Carmichael warehouse. The structure's been whispering its pain for weeks. The dozen people arranged around her in the abandoned station represented Gotham's invisible population, those who lived in the margins, in the spaces between official notice. Some had been on the streets for decades, others only months, but all had developed the sensitivity that came from prolonged exposure to Gotham's unique atmospheric cocktail. The same industrial pollutants that poisoned the air had also, in certain individuals, opened new forms of perception. Old Tom sat closest to Whisper, his weathered hands moving through the air as if conducting an invisible orchestra. Once, he'd been Thomas Brennan, structural engineer for Wayne Enterprises, designer of bridges and buildings that still stood strong. Now, after 20 years of living rough, he could feel those same structures through the wind that touched them, a connection forged by chemistry and necessity. The wind remembers everything it touches, Tom said, his voice carrying the authority of hard-won knowledge. Every building leaves its signature on the air, temperature differentials, pressure variations, molecular traces. When a structure starts to fail, it changes the wind around it. If you know how to feel for it, you can sense disaster weeks before it happens. The others nodded, each processing the lesson through their own altered perceptions. Maria, whose 3 years on the streets had given her the ability to smell structural decay, iron oxidation, concrete cancer, the sweet rot of waterlogged wood. Chen, no relation to Marcus or any of the other Chens whose stories seemed to weave through Gotham's atmospheric mysteries, who heard buildings sing in subsonic frequencies, each structure humming its own tune of stress and stability. They were Gotham's early warning system, unrecognized and unappreciated, but more vital to the city's safety than most would ever know. The wind chimes they installed across the city were their voice, their way of translating atmospheric intelligence into sound that even normal humans could hear, if they only knew to listen. Tonight, we expand the network, Whisper announced, producing a map marked with careful notations. The financial district's wind patterns have been showing disturbance. Something big is building there. Not tomorrow, not next week, but soon. We need chimes at these specific locations to triangulate the source. The map showed Gotham's invisible architecture, not just buildings but the spaces between them, the channels where wind flowed like water through a complex system of urban canyons. Each mark indicated a point where air currents converged, where the city's breath could be most clearly heard. Batman watched from a concealed position, having tracked the unusual pattern of chime installations across the city over recent weeks. He had initially suspected a new form of criminal marking system, but observation had revealed something far more intriguing. This network of sensitives was doing something he did with technology, monitoring the city for signs of danger, preventing disasters before they occurred. He'd researched the public records of the rescued. 3 building collapses prevented. A gas leak detected hours before it could have exploded. A bridge closure that had seemed overly cautious until inspectors found critical stress fractures exactly where the chimes had sung their loudest warnings. Someone was reading Gotham's infrastructure through its atmosphere, and that someone was teaching others to do the same. As the group prepared for the night's installation mission, Batman made his decision. He dropped silently into the station, his appearance causing immediate alarm among the gathered sensitives. But Whisper raised a hand, and the air itself seemed to calm at her gesture. "The city's guardian," she said, her altered eyes tracking not Batman himself, but the air currents his presence created. "You moved like midnight thunder, disturbing the flow in patterns I've only seen in storms. What brings the dark night to our humble classroom?" Batman studied her, noting the telltale signs of chemical exposure, the slight discoloration of the irises, the way her pupils dilated and contracted independent of light levels, the faint electromagnetic field that surrounded her like an aurora, only visible to his cowl's enhanced senses. "Your network," he said simply. The warnings have saved lives. I want to understand how." Whisper smiled, and the expression transformed her face from that of a street survivor to something almost ethereal. "You want to know if we're real, if the wind truly speaks, or if we're simply mad from breathing Gotham's poison air. I've learnt to respect unusual forms of perception in this city," Batman replied. "Show me." What followed was an education in atmospheric awareness that rivaled what Louisa Navarro had taught him about reading weather patterns. But where Louisa had focused on emotional resonance and predictive pressure systems, Whisper's gift was structural. She could see how buildings affected airflow, how that flow changed when buildings began to fail. She led him to the station's entrance, where the night air flowed down the steps like a waterfall made of wind. To Batman's normal vision, it was invisible, but Whisper described what she saw. Ribbons of blue and green, streams of color that revealed temperature, pressure, and chemical composition. There," she pointed upward. "See how the red stream splits around that building? That's new. Last week it flowed smooth. Something's changed in the structure, probably settling in the foundation. Not dangerous yet, but it bears watching." Batman activated his Cal's atmospheric sensors, trying to correlate what she described with measurable data. There were variations in temperature and pressure, but nothing that would normally indicate structural issues. Yet when he cross-referenced with building inspection reports, he found that the structure Whisper indicated had indeed been flagged for foundation monitoring. "How many of you can see this?" he asked. "See, hear, feel, smell, we each perceive it differently," Whisper explained. "The chemicals that poisoned us also opened us. Tom feels pressure variations through his skin, Maria smells decay, Chen hears the subsonic groans of stressed metal. Together we paint a complete picture of the city's structural health." They returned to the station, where the others waited nervously. Batman's presence had disrupted their usual dynamic, but Whisper gestured for the lesson to continue. "Show him the Maddox building recordings," she told Chen. Chen produced a battered smartphone connected to equally worn headphones. He handed them to Batman with the reverence of someone sharing a sacred text. The recording was subtle, ambient sound from the financial district, traffic and wind and the general hum of urban life. But underneath, barely audible, was something else. A groaning, rhythmic sound, like a giant breathing with difficulty. "The Maddox Building song," Chen explained. "I've been recording it for 3 months. The frequency's been dropping steadily. When it hits 7.83 Hz, the building will fall. It's at 8.2 now." Batman recognized the Maddox Building, 40 stories of 1960s architecture that housed several financial firms. It had passed its last inspection without issue. "How long until it reaches critical frequency?" 6 weeks, maybe 8 if the weather stays dry," Chan replied. "Rain adds weight, changes the harmonics. We've already placed preliminary chimes, but we need more to pinpoint exactly where it will fail." This was actionable intelligence of a kind Batman rarely encountered. Precise, predictive, and completely outside normal channels of urban monitoring. These people, dismissed by society as delusional homeless, were performing a vital service, with abilities that conventional science barely acknowledged. "I can help," Batman said. "Resources, equipment, official channels to ensure warnings are heeded." But Whisper shook her head. "Official channels don't hear us, we've tried. Tom spent 2 years trying to warn city engineers about the Riverside Bridge. They laughed at him, said a homeless man couldn't possibly understand structural engineering. The bridge partially collapsed 6 months later. thankfully at night when it was empty. Old Tom's expression darkened at the memory. I designed buildings for 30 years, but the moment I couldn't afford a suit and shower, my expertise became worthless. Now I feel structures through my bones, know them more intimately than any blueprint could show, and still they won't listen. It was a familiar frustration to Batman, the way society ignored those it deemed unworthy, missing crucial information in its prejudice. But he had resources they didn't, ways to make the city listen without revealing the source. The chimes, he said, explained the system. Whisper led him to a corner where dozens of wind chimes hung in various states of assembly. Each was unique, crafted from different metals, tuned to specific frequencies. They were works of art as much as warning devices, beautiful in their functional precision. Each building has its own resonant frequency, she explained. When structural integrity degrades, that frequency changes. We tune chimes to harmonize with healthy buildings and discord with failing ones. When you hear a chime singing out of tune with its neighbors, you know something's wrong. She demonstrated with a set of chimes tuned to a building across from the station. In the gentle night breeze, they produced a harmonious tone. Then she adjusted one chime slightly, and the harmony became dissonance, a warning clear to any ear. But it's more than just structural monitoring, Maria added, speaking for the first time. Her voice was soft but carried certainty. The wind tells us about people too. Gathering crowds change air patterns. Violence creates heat differentials. We've prevented 3 riots by reading the atmospheric signs and having authorities increase presence before tensions exploded. Batman absorbed this information, understanding dawning. This wasn't just about building safety. It was about reading the city's mood through its atmosphere, predicting human disasters as well as structural ones. The wind carried information about everything it touched, and these sensitized individuals had learned to interpret that data. There's something else, Whisper said, her expression growing troubled. The patterns have been changing recently. Not just individual buildings or localized disturbances, but citywide shifts. The wind is gathering. She showed Batman her personal maps, hand-drawn representations of air currents across Gotham. The recent patterns showed convergence points, places where winds that normally flowed separately were beginning to merge. It's like the city is taking a deep breath, Tom said, building up to something. We've never seen patterns like this before. Batman studied the convergence points, noting they centered on several significant locations. Wayne Tower, the GCPD headquarters, Arkham Asylum, and others. Whatever was building in Gotham's atmosphere, it was focused on places of power and influence. We need more chimes, Whisper said urgently. Complete coverage of these convergence points. If we can map the full pattern, maybe we can understand what's coming. Batman made a decision. I'll provide the materials you need. High-grade metals, precision tuning equipment. But I want full documentation of what you discover. And I'll create a system to ensure your warnings reach people who can act on them. The partnership that formed that night was unlike any Batman had established before. By day, Wayne Enterprises' Urban Development Division began receiving anonymous reports about structural concerns that proved remarkably accurate. By night, Batman worked with Whisper's network to install monitoring chimes at critical locations throughout the city. The chimes themselves became a subject of urban legend. Gothamites began to notice the new additions to their cityscape, beautiful wind chimes appearing overnight on buildings, bridges, and infrastructure. Some saw them as art installations, Others suspected a more practical purpose, but few understood they were listening to the city's health, diagnosed by those who had learned to read atmospheric vital signs. Old Tom proved invaluable. His engineering knowledge combined with atmospheric sensitivity, allowing him to predict not just failures, but their precise nature. He identified which beams would buckle, which joints would separate, which foundations would shift. His insights, filtered through Batman's official channels, led to preventive repairs that saved countless lives. Maria's olfactory sensitivity detected more than structural decay. She could smell chemical leaks before they became dangerous, identify illegal drug labs by their atmospheric signatures, even detect the fear sweat that preceded violent crimes. Her abilities, properly channeled, became an early warning system for multiple types of urban danger. Chen's acoustic perception revealed the city's hidden symphony. Every building, bridge, and tunnel sang its own song, and he learned to conduct this urban orchestra. He created audio maps that showed where sound pooled and echoed, identifying acoustic weak points that could amplify into dangerous resonances during earthquakes or explosions. But it was Whisper who made the most disturbing discovery. As the convergence patterns intensified, she began to see something new in the wind. Intentionality. The atmospheric gathering wasn't random or natural. Something was directing it, shaping the air currents for a purpose she couldn't yet understand. It's like the city itself is planning something, she told Batman during one of their rooftop meetings. The wind isn't just carrying information anymore, it's organizing it. Every current that passes through those convergence points comes out changed, carrying new patterns I've never seen before. Batman had encountered conscious weather patterns before. The storm systems Louisa Navarro had taught him to read, the fog that worked with Marcus Chen, the snow that carried Nora Freeze's messages. But this was different. This wasn't a localized phenomenon, but something citywide, as if Gotham's entire atmosphere was developing awareness. The Windchime network expanded rapidly, creating a web of acoustic monitoring across Gotham. Each chime was precisely placed and tuned, creating harmonies that revealed the city's structural health in real time. Citizens began to unconsciously learn the language. When chimes sang in harmony, all was well. When discord crept into the music, danger approached. 3 weeks into the expanded network, the chimes prevented a catastrophe. The convergence point at Wayne Tower suddenly destabilized, winds swirling in patterns that made every chime in a 6-block radius scream warnings. Whisper's network read the signs. Not a building collapse, but something else. The atmospheric pressure was building toward an explosion. Batman traced the warning to a previously undetected gas leak in the tower's sub-basement, interacting with electrical systems to create a potential bomb. The evacuation proceeded smoothly, the leak was repaired, and disaster was averted. But the incident revealed the true value of the Windchime network. It could detect dangers that no conventional monitoring system would catch. The city protected itself, Whisper said afterward. The wind knew about the gas leak, knew about the electrical fault, calculated the danger, and screamed through our chimes until someone listened. As weeks passed, the atmospheric convergence continued to build. The wind patterns grew more complex, more intentional. Whisper and her network tracked every variation, documenting what seemed to be Gotham's atmosphere developing not just awareness, but purpose. Then came the night when everything crystallized. The convergence points suddenly activated, winds rushing through them with hurricane force despite clear skies. The chimes across the city sang in perfect unison. Not a warning, but an announcement. Something fundamental had changed in Gotham's atmospheric consciousness. Whisper stood on the highest building she could access, arms spread wide, seeing the wind patterns with perfect clarity. "It's beautiful," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. The city is waking up." The winds showed her visions. Not hallucinations, but information carried on air currents from across Gotham. Every breath taken, every word spoken, every emotion felt had left traces in the atmosphere. Now those traces were organizing, creating a collective consciousness born from the exhalations of 8 million souls. Batman watched from his own vantage point as the atmospheric phenomenon peaked. His sensors showed electromagnetic patterns unlike anything in recorded meteorology. The city's air had become a neural network, thoughts flowing on wind currents, memories stored in pressure differentials. "This is what we've been building toward," Whisper's voice carried impossibly far on the charged air. "Every chime we placed, every warning we sang, we weren't just monitoring the city. We were teaching it to monitor itself." The realization was staggering. The Windchime network hadn't just been detecting structural failures and atmospheric dangers. It had been creating a sensory system for Gotham's developing atmospheric consciousness. The city could now feel its own body, every building, every bridge, every tunnel, through the songs of precisely tuned metal. In the days that followed, the implications became clear. The atmospheric consciousness didn't communicate in words but in wind patterns, pressure changes, and the music of chimes. It warned of dangers with increasing sophistication, not just structural failures but crime patterns, disease outbreaks, even social unrest before it manifested. Whisper's network evolved from monitors to interpreters, learning to read the city's atmospheric thoughts and translate them into human understanding. They were no longer Gotham's forgotten citizens, but its essential translators, bridging the gap between human and atmospheric consciousness. "We're shamans now," old Tom said with a mix of humor and awe, speaking for the city spirit that lives in its air. The Windchime network continued to expand, each new installation adding to Gotham's sensory awareness. Citizens learned to trust the chime songs, evacuating when discord rang out, gathering when harmony called them together. The city's crime rate dropped as the atmosphere itself began to intervene, sudden gusts disrupting criminal activities, pressure changes making criminals uncomfortable enough to abandon their plans. Batman incorporated the atmospheric intelligence into his crime-fighting strategies. With Whisper as translator, he could read the city's mood through its air, predicting where his presence was most needed. The partnership between the Dark Knight and the atmospheric consciousness became another layer of protection for Gotham's citizens. But perhaps the most profound change was in how the city treated its homeless population. Those who had been invisible were now recognized as essential, the ones who could hear what others couldn't, who spoke for the city itself. Shelters were established not as charity, but as embassies, where atmospheric translators could work in comfort, reading the wind's messages and sharing its wisdom. Whisper stood in her new office, a glass-walled room at the top of the Wayne Foundation building, where she could see the entire city and feel its every atmospheric current. She was still Sarah Kim, still carried the chemical changes that had rewritten her perception, but now she was also something more. The first, official atmospheric interpreter for the city of Gotham. "The wind remembers everything," she said to the gathered officials and reporters at the office's dedication. "Every joy, every sorrow, every moment of fear or love leaves its trace in the air we breathe. We've simply learned to read those traces, to hear the stories the wind tells. And now the wind has learned to tell those stories with purpose." Outside, the chimes sang in perfect harmony, a citywide symphony that celebrated the partnership between human and atmosphere. Each note carried meaning: health reports from buildings, emotional readings from neighborhoods, warnings and welcomes intertwined in metallic music. The abandoned subway station was preserved as a monument to the network's origins, a reminder that wisdom could come from unexpected sources. Tours were given by the original sensitives, teaching visitors how to begin perceiving the atmospheric intelligence that surrounded them. As night fell over Gotham, Batman stood on his familiar gargoyle, but his perception had expanded. He didn't just see the city, he felt it, breathing around him, its atmospheric consciousness as real and present as the stone beneath his feet. The wind carried information from every corner of Gotham, filtered through the chime network into comprehensible patterns. "Status?" he asked the air itself. The wind responded with a gentle gust that carried chemical signatures of peace, pressure patterns of stability, and the harmonic tones of chimes singing, "All is well." The city was calm tonight, watching over itself through 8 million breaths and 10,000 precisely tuned chimes. In the distance, a single chime rang out of tune, a minor discord indicating a water main beginning to fail on the east side. Batman smiled slightly. The city would alert the proper authorities through its network of interpreters. Some nights, even the Dark Knight could let Gotham protect itself. The Windchime warnings had evolved from a desperate attempt by forgotten citizens to be heard into a sophisticated system of urban consciousness. Gotham had found its voice in the songs of metal and wind, and those who had been cast aside had become its most essential citizens, the ones who could hear the city speak and translate its atmospheric wisdom for all to understand. As the night deepened, the chimes continued their eternal song, a lullaby of safety and awareness that watched over Gotham's sleeping citizens. The city breathed easily, its consciousness distributed through currents of air, its health monitored by those who had learned that being poisoned by Gotham's atmosphere was just another way of becoming part of its living system. The wind carried stories of structural steel and human dreams, of concrete cancer and healing communities, all woven together in an atmospheric tapestry that Whisper and her network read like sacred text. They were Gotham's atmospheric priests, and their cathedral was the entire sky above the city, where wind chimes sang prayers of protection into the eternal night. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.